Good evening and welcome. 58 minutes more waiting. Yeah, I got a little bit caught up and then lost track of time. Anyway, we're back. We have Factorio to deal with, and we have a major milestone coming up today, and that is completing Gleba. Just done. We're just gonna be done with it because we did all the heavy lifting last time with designs. I've been tinkering a little bit with it, just because I wanted to see if we could make something work. I believe in when I see it. You will see it today. Right, so that's the plan. I still have, like, the biggest issue is still going to be the Prometheum science, but we'll get that towards the very end when we solved everything else. Then we'll do that. Hey, 70 months. Thank you so much for that, Sir Conrad. Much appreciated. Get us the Gleb out of there. Yeah. I do think that... I think the city block we designed last time with the farming was actually exceptionally good. Like, yeah, it's not the most space utilization, but it's so easy. And that's the part I was having the most difficulty with, was the difficulty of setting up farms. And now it just smashing it and then go like, oh, city block, city block, city block. This one can work, this one can work. And then we just need to compile it and send it on. So I think it's going to be amazing. Yeah, 25 streak. That's a nice streak. So, like, having a 25 streak is amazing. Like, crazy amazing. However, it kind of pales in comparison when someone has 170. Like, but that doesn't make it... Like, 25 stream streak is still really amazing. So, especially during summer vacation where I'm extremely erratic. There we go, 195. 195. Whew. City block, just the answer to everything. I mean, no, but yes. So, in this case, like, the problem I have if I don't use city blocks is that then I'm just looking at, like, an odd-shaped blob, and I want to farm that. So how am I going to do that? Is it going to be here, or is it going to be the one tile up, one tile down, one tile to the side? No matter where I place it, it's going to be, like, annoying me later on. And I did remember that I built a Megabase, and it was actually the lack of city blocks that kind of ruined it for me, because I was just... Oh my god, that cat is so fucking annoying. He's been on a vacation for a week, and now he can't stop going like... Wow, 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 wow. And it's driving me crazy, and he's been home for 5 hours, 6 hours, and it's already driving me crazy. I need some kids to tend to them. It is so stressful, that sound. So, yeah, so with that Megabase where I was sort of building like a gigantic steel thing, which had like trains coming in and out, and I was just like, should I make the stacker here, or should I turn it that way, or should it be diagonal, or should it be like... And it was just really weird. Yeah, he needs a brother to play with, yes. Or I think that a retirement home cat would be his perfect new home. Because I am honestly looking for a new home for him, because it's driving me crazy, and I can't give him the love and attention that he apparently needs. And getting another cat is just out of the question, because I talked to them and they were like, then you sort of have separate areas and separate feeding bowls, and you just like keep them separate and separate the cat litter boxes, and then you sort of leave the door open, and maybe that's going to be on for a couple of months. And like, yep, that's not going to happen. That is not going to happen. I don't have a mansion where I can sort of separate the whole thing into two equally big parts and leave a door ajar between them. Like, it's not going to work. So... yeah. First time joining the stream, welcome. First time chatter, minifigure 12. Long-term follower on YouTube. Looking forward to finally joining the Discord and helping getting out of the roadblock I've run into with the first Space Age run. Okay. Why? Can you just put some words on what the roadblock is that you're facing in Space Age? Because for me, it's really interesting. Like, what are the things that are difficult? Because it's not really clear to me. Sort of, yeah, there might be some different thing. Probus win. Aren't they always? First time catching your stream, how does it go? It goes like me streaming and you watching. Maybe falling asleep at some point. I had a 98 streak and missed one because of a late night shift. Oh, sorry, Banjo. That sucks. Then there's no leading. And it's kind of... Once you lose the streak, it's like, I don't want to bother to rebuild it. Totally lost 5 hours on Aquilo, no power. Yeah. Just got up though. Well, I don't know. We have a very soporific stream, so you never know. Falling asleep is a must here. Not really, but it's how we keep this viewership inflated. Back to 9 streak, nice. Just got cliff explosives with heavily bottleneck builds. Just need to stretch a little longer before building bigger and better. Yeah, I mean, this is why the masterclass series is really useful for that, because it's structured in a way that I am going to design it, or it's structured in the sequence that I recommend building. So like, if you're sort of in doubt about should I build big now or should I wait, or what about this, and should I build it on Novice but then I don't have cliff explosives, or should I rush to get to volcanoes to get cliff explosives and then go back, or should I stay here, and what about now the electromagnetic plants, I really want those, should I then, like all that stuff. And I kind of found in my opinion, a smooth way of doing it, and that's the one that I'm sort of guiding along with the masterclasses, the sequence of the masterclasses. So yeah. But today we're going to do megabasing, because I'm kind of in love with this megabasing. It's really fun because there are some new challenges to face, and it just looks amazing having these massive belts of flowing of silly numbers. So, got home at 04. Oh, well, Banjo, if there had been a hype train, you would have made it. Yeah. If there had been a hype train. We can say that often. Yeah, blame chat. Exactly, blame chat. Right. So, I will get back up to 100. I hope so. The Megabase builds have been making me look forward to getting past the roadblock. Oh, nice. Good that it's an inspiration. It's also one of those things where, like, not everyone will be... It might be something where you're like, oh, that's so cool. But then also realizing, like, the insane effort to get legendary everything. Oh, I just thought of something. Like, legendary everything isn't really a big deal because of space casinos. The video for today. But once space casinos get nerfed in 2.1, legendary everything is not going to be super easy. Barely an inconvenience. It is going to be a hell of an inconvenience. Because you can't just go, well, I'll just make a lot of legendary plastic. Oof, that's going to be really rough. I really need to get back into Factorio. I never started Space Ace because it looked quite daunting, and now I'm afraid I'll just use Nero's blueprints and not really playing the game myself. I mean, I don't know how to solve that. You can get, get inspired or use it or whatever. So where did you hear the information that will be nerfed? Someone linked a Discord post by Bosskit about the crushers will no longer be able to take quality modules, and the legendary plastic in LDS will no longer turn it into legendary LDS. So the LDS shuffle is dead, and space casinos are dead, which means that you're just back to shitty ways of getting legendary science. So yeah, so that's a massive nerf. I think it's fine to nerf it from the perspective of space casinos because they're just so good. However, it also makes legendary everything a lot more difficult, and that's really annoying because maybe they don't want us to have legendary everything or make it a big achievement, but it's still like it's 200 hours of play. It's not really a piece of cake. Want to make quality a lot harder, basically not useful for science. Yeah, definitely not useful for science. Absolutely not useful for science. But the bigger question, I mean, if it's just a science, then whatever. I just make normal science and that's fine. But it's more the fact that we can't use it to generate legendary items, legendary iron, copper, steel, coal, plastic, all that stuff that we use for just making all the buildings, and that sucks. More stuck in my playthrough to get better quality. I'm just starting and booted it up. Really annoying. Yeah. I think that the best way to get better quality is the space way, and it's so good. And especially now that I have a brilliant little casino that you can stamp into your base, and then you can just use it and, well, build it and have build one of those and go like, this one is just gonna make coal, legendary coal, and the other one, this one's only gonna make legendary calcite, for example. So why not just disallow legendary science as a recipe? Because that's probably not what they want. They probably also just want that to be more difficult to get legendary. And this was kind of the easy way to get legendary. They've been sort of tweaking it and go like, oh, legendary has to be really feel legendary when you get an item, because it's 1 in 1907 or something like that. If you just raw upcycle, and then suddenly you have an upcycler that's 1 in 19 instead of 1 in 1900, and then it just kind of messes up with all the balance that they intended. But hey, that's how it is. So, but you know, I from a content creator perspective, I'm fine with it, because it means I can do a lot of things right now, and then once they nerf things, then I can do the whole thing again, or at least some things again. So recyclers can't do upcycles anymore. How are we supposed to get legendary biter eggs? No, that's not. It's not recyclers. It's crushers. It's crushers can't do it. It's not recyclers. Recyclers are fine. It's crushers. So space crushers in space. So so the ones that have, because the reason why is because they have a productivity upgrade, which means that they actually, when fully upgraded, have an 80% payback, and that means instead of sort of the recyclers have a 25% recycle rate, then they have an 80% recycle rate, and that makes all the difference. So it's it's because of the 80% recycle rate that it gets bonkers numbers. So now you need to use recyclers in space. Ooh, yeah, that's true. I was actually, so I have a thought, and I don't know if it's a good one. I don't think it is, but I'm just kind of, let me just throw it out there, and maybe someone can help figure out how we determine if it's a good or a bad idea. What if, when we take our giant ships and fly towards the Prometheum, the broken planet, the shattered planet, then instead of saving every single shard, then we actually run it through recyclers and only conserve the ones that have higher quality. So maybe even like only rare quality and higher, so that you could get like a hugely more compact build. But then you come back, and then of course the issue is that then you need biter eggs. But biter eggs are just a farm on novice, so you can just scale it up as crazy as you want. And then we'll come back, instead of coming back with 540,000 normal, then we could maybe come back with 100,000 rare or higher quality. That would be like 100,000 rare, 10,000 epic, and 1,000 legendary. And then we could come back with that, and then we could build that. It'll be higher ratio, higher yields. I don't know if it would be better, because I guess it wouldn't, because we'd lose so much that we would have to fly for a longer time going out into the further away. And as we go further away, we're going to encounter more asteroids, and that will kill our UPS. Because the difficulty with scaling up Prometheum science is not building it. It is it's the UPS. It's the fact that we will not be able to scale it up to 100,000 or to 1 million science per minute without just crashing our updates, and that sucks. So that's the part I'm most concerned about, is like, what are we going to do to have as few spaceships as possible? I think one of the reasons, or one of the ways I can do it or will do it, is that I'm currently I'm currently sending out empty spaceships just for convenience. So they go out empty, and then there's no sort of worry about, oh, will the eggs expire before? But I will definitely need to pick up, I don't know, 100,000 eggs, and then go out. And then I have 15 minutes to fly all the way out to the shadow, to the edge, and then start going out and consuming all those 100,000. I don't know if 100,000, but maybe 50,000 at least. I think we did it with 15,000 before, but we need to do it with a lot more, so that by the time we are heading outwards, we're just converting a lot of the biter eggs and the first chunks that we get into more, which means that when we come back, instead of starting at 0 Prometheum science, we start maybe at, let's say if it's 50,000, then it would be, what is it like? If I take 50,000 eggs, then it'll be 150,000 Prometheum science that we start by just dropping down to the planet, and then we'll get the next working. You need to send up the corresponding rarity of eggs. Is that more work than just saving? Yeah, it's legendary promethium is not a good idea because that's 1900 to 1. So you'd have to collect 1900 normal promethium to get 1 legendary. That sucks. So it's more like rare plus that I would get, or something like that. But it would also mean that every single, I don't know what it's called, the builds would have to sort of filter them out and get a different assembler or a cryo plant to work on each of the promethium signs. And it's just, that's a hell of a lot of extra work. So recipe equivalent number of X2 or waste higher quality X2. That's, yes, it has to be matching the quality, which is kind of, I don't think that's the biggest issue. Like obviously there's going to be a waste, but eggs are whatever. So that's an option. We have lots of egg upcyclers for the legendary, what's it called? Legendary productivity modules. What do you plan to do for quality if they lobotomize space casinos? Don't know. I don't know. I mean, we're doing a lot of it the other way around. So for example, like doing those upcyclers we have built, that's what we did before we found the space option, or before we really exploited the space option. And they work okay. They definitely work okay in terms of they work okay in terms of just getting materials for our build. They don't work okay in terms of getting science, because science is just so vast quantities, but it should be fine in terms of getting everything else. Yeah. What about uptime recycling itself? That's a gigantic waste, like monumental waste. Because then you do all the hard work and then you are sitting with a science pack. You're sitting with 2,000 science packs in hand, and you can feed them into biolabs and get 2,000 science out. But instead you're recycling and getting 1 legendary. Like, that's not a great deal. So it's about sort of doing it at a time when you don't have to spend the effort. So yeah, so that's not a good idea. Floating in a Discord for a mod that allows using mixed quality ingredients, that might help. Well, you can also just make a mod that just gives you infinite legendary items. So if you're just going doing mods, then I'll just use editor extended, and then we won't have any problems. So whatever solution that there is a mod, then I don't care about it, because that's not how I play. That's because that's silly. Like they nerf something, let me unnerf it with a mod. Like, okay, but now you're not playing the same game that everyone else is playing. Then you're playing a game that 0.0001% of players are playing, and that's completely irrelevant to most people. Here's a masterclass of a game that you're not playing. Like, there's a difference between mods for quality of life and mods for cheese. Yes, and yours is under cheese. That's a calculator is a quality of life. But your is changing a core feature of the game of how quality works. So that is just cheating. That's it. And maybe you could legitimize a mod. No, they don't. They have never done so in the 12 years they've had run the game, and they're never going to do that. That's not how it works. You can play the game modded or unmodded, and that's it. I'm playing it unmodded. No, nothing else. If I play a modded campaign, then it's going to be all sorts of silly planets and all that shit. But then it's completely different game. And I would never play a game to add some changes to features in a context like this, because it would make no sense. Absolutely no sense. And it bothers me you can't see it. It honestly bothers me. Like making something into base rather than... Yeah, I mean... But if they do that in 2.1, they do that in 2.1. If they don't do it in 2.1, then that's just it. Some balancing they can do in Factorio 2.1, so we'll have to recalculate how the quality stuff after that. We can't predict what they'll come up with. Exactly. They might be like, yeah, okay, we realize that it's quite a grind, and we also understand that everyone's going to do the grind. So instead of just having monstrous amount of entities that are just churning, just grinding things down, maybe we come up with a different way to do things. So, a couple got a treatment in the upgrade to Space Age, which was a once-in-a-lifetime event. So when the next DLC comes out, yes, maybe they'll do that. I think that, as Mark is saying, they're doing some nerfs to rein in the stuff that's overpowered, unbalanced, ruins the sort of the flow of the game, and then they're gonna probably do some tweaks to maybe make some other things that are really tedious and annoying to make those. Yeah. One quality mod in a crusher reduces the amount to turn by X amount. I don't know. You can come up with all sorts of things, but whatever. We'll just have to see what they do, and then we'll deal with it. I honestly think that it's most likely they don't add anything else. They just nerf the things they don't like, and then move on. And then it's like, you guys figure out the next unbalanced thing, and we'll nerf that. I think that's how it's most likely to go with Factorio. And then we'll just have to come up with some other designs. It's just that right now the LDS shuffle is casting a big shadow. That's other things that are just not worth exploring because the LDS shuffle is so good. Space casinos, they're so good that we don't really bother exploring something else. So, is 2-1 on the horizon, or just when it will come someday? It's definitely on the horizon, but the horizon is kind of infinitely far away. So, yeah, I mean, with Factorio, you have no idea. Like, it could be a year from now, or it could be in the fall, but it's not exactly like it's. I can't imagine it's 2 weeks away. I think maybe it could come in October, like on the 1 year anniversary, or it could be a year or further down the road because they're thinking, hey, this is the last patch we do, the last feature patch or content patch. So let's make sure that all the things that we have in our backlog that we actually want in the game, let's get those in, because there will not be a 2.2. So we already mentioned LDS Shuffle Dice. Yes, we did. So, hey, Samagod, thank you. Good evening. I was kind of hoping that you would join today, because, no stream today. I say hi, and we'll go back to the dance party. Oh, no, because I was kind of thinking that I might need some help with the calculations, but you go back to your dance party. But thank you for joining and dropping us up. I'm thinking that likely they want to see if we figure out how to use legendary bacteria or instead of the shuffle. That's a good point. That's a good point, because legendary bacteria might also be something that's viable, and it's just something that I have not bothered to look at it because it's Gleba and there are better options. But once the better options are away, then we might have to take a look at it. I hope they talk about reworked buffs and nerfs. Have you ever seen Voop talk about anything ever at all? Maybe they reinstate like a single Friday Factorio fact, but yeah, that's it. That's yeah, I kind of miss the Friday Factorio facts, yeah. Yeah, so it's they'll maybe have like a single Friday Factorio fact about it, but at that point I think it's cemented, which is an awful word. Because, like, oh, you're stuck in cement. Like, you can't be stuck in cement. It's just powder. Just get out of it. It's powder. It's concrete, you mean? People have a tendency to mix up concrete and cement. I've been thinking about legendary bacteria because I already have a pretty good bacteria build, and then I also need quality bioflux, which is a bit annoying. Yeah, quality bioflux is super annoying. Yeah. Given how many bugs they're still fixing, I don't know. Are they fixing bugs? But I don't know. I don't think that fixing 20 bugs is an indicator that they are close or far away. It might be like, yeah, finally we're just getting the easy bugs and now we're just hammering them out. Something like that. Or it might be someone who's working on just bug fixing and just kind of hit a stride while someone else is working on fixing the, I don't know, routing of space platforms, which is super complicated, and that might be taking a longer time. So if your cement shoes get wet, you will get stuck in the bottom of some lake. Nope, because cement needs aggregates. it doesn't bind to itself. So it's not like if you have a bag of cement and it gets moist, then it just turns into concrete. That doesn't work like that. It needs the aggregates. Yeah. Sand, yes, but it's actually called aggregates because it's sand and gravel and limestones and stuff. It's all sorts of things. It can be all sorts of things, right? Plastic, actually. Fly ash is also a thing that you put in, but it's just called aggregates. Never ever assume a bug is easy or hard to fix. That's like number one rule in software development of any sort. It's just a one-line fix. How difficult can that be? It's always the things that seem simple. And you go like, yeah, just do that. And you're like, yeah, but if you do that, then that has to propagate downstream and upstream. And then this done. And then it's a refactoring of the database. And we need extra fields. And we this. And they were like, oh, shit. It's just, can't we just make a flag that does this? Like, yeah, but that flag needs to be everywhere. What's the default state? What if it's not filled? What if the is a validation? It's like it's so funny when it just, yeah. And other times things that sound really difficult is like, oh yeah, well that was just a greater than, that was should have been equal to or greater than, and there we go. So seeing a simple solution to fix a bug, only to see that the unit test run to come back with 3 other things breaks. Yes. Yeah, that's it's fun. Good thing we don't I don't do development anymore. I'm not involved in development. Where to put together a list of mods to make base kit? Would it be rate calculator? Probably one. I don't know. I don't think rate calculator needs to be a base mod. Because it's such a niche thing. It's something that's only used if you really are into ratios and megabasing, and that's not the core. So I don't know. Having a calculator in game would be nice, I think. But there's kind of a calculator because you can use some of the fields as for calculations. That's kind of okay. I don't know. I don't think there's anything that is must have. I think the one thing that I hope they do is they hope they take the mod that makes the planets appear in the background as you're flying in space, put that into the base game. That's so nice. That is a massive improvement to the game. Because the blandness of space, and then suddenly you see Gleba in the background, like, yes, please. Or, well, maybe not yes, please, Gleba, but any other planet than Gleba. It looks so good. That mod is amazing. And that's one I hope they add to the game, because that would just make space travel look so nice, so much nicer. And then there's like a million things that should be improved, but we'll see. I have no idea what they're going to come up with. I don't know, it's called Space Lift. I don't know. But it's... I just seen some people play with it and go like, that looks nice. And that definitely should be base. Anyway, gaming time. Boop. Megabase. Alright. Here is my form of the space casino that I built for the video today. It's nice, and I think there's a lot of tweaks to it. That I made a lot of tweaks that make it a lot nicer. And it's still like silly to have this much dead space, but I also want a lot of build space available here. So that's nice. What we're gonna do is we are apparently on this hellhole of a planet. Where is this? Let's move up. So much junk on this planet. It's unbelievable. Let's have a look. 680. That's a lot of landfill. 1.5 million landfill. That does seem a little bit much. Maybe we can just put a box in here. But this one should only be active. I don't know. I don't think I need landfill very much, but enable when landfill is greater than 100,000. Good. There we go. And I lost my cursor. Good. 1.5. Sweet. Alright, and then I will be turning things off in... Yeah. There we go. So we want to go to Gleba, and here we have... it's looking pretty nice, actually, if you look at it. We're running at 370,000 signs per minute with the slow research productivity, so that's something. And it's capped by our Gleba signs. So if we get more Gleba signs, we can get this further up, and then we'll be constrained by the Prometheum signs, and we'll just switch between the different ones. Glebalicious. There we go. What is the hotkey to change the quality? That is Alt and scroll wheel. What sort of laser damage do you need to start viable and guns? What do I have? I think it was like 15 or something. Then I felt comfortable with it. Yeah. And this is, I was about to say it's a slow ship. It's actually not a slow ship. It's a pretty fast ship. Because it's not very wide, so it doesn't have so much drag. Whee! Okay, Glebalicious. Alright, so what I did last time was I did some design work, and then off camera I was just sitting tinkering and cleaned it up. And I did quite a lot of tweaking, to be honest. A lot of tweaking of making sure these belts are fully stacked and get all these things. Just sitting here, looking at it, tweaking, figuring out what's going on. And then it goes up. Here, the bioflux goes up, and every single place there is an opportunity for things to spoil, they go out and go on this belt, which then goes back down here and gets fed into these. Each consumes 64 spoilers per second, so with this, we have enough for everything. Technically not, unless we do this, but I can't imagine we'd need that much. And let's do that one. Why is your mining productivity on your YouTube episode higher than on your stream? It's not. It's because since the last time we played on stream, I have been playing quite a lot off camera. I have now played more than 1 full year of Factorio. To be exact, 8,767.2 hours, and there's 8,760 hours in a day, in a year. So that's pretty amazing, or crazy, or whatever it is. It's something. All right, so let's go up here. All this is done, and we have our. Also, I did build this part because I wanted to. I didn't want to spend time on stream building this whole thing and cleaning it up inside. So I did all of that off camera, so we could sort of focus on the build part now instead of working on this one. So working numbers. Well, I haven't achieved mastery. Isn't that like 10,000 hours of something is what it needs to be mastery of something? I've also tweaked this a little bit. When I was outputting on the side here, it kind of stuttered like it here. So I just send these directly in, which means that they are kind of using both sides, and it is making 240 signs per second here, which is amazing, and it goes into these boxes. I don't want this. I need it. No, we actually want. So what I want to do is I want to have somewhere placing 4. If not 8 of these, probably just suffice with 4 for now, in a place where I can get some green from one side and some pink from the other side. So there's nice pink here and there's nice pink here. It's also like, that's also nice pink. This is also nice pink, so I could maybe I could actually use this and just use this. It's just really far away. That's also nice. I wonder if I could take some of this, but it's maybe a little bit too close. Like, I don't think this is enough. 10,000 hours you get if you get constructive feedback. If you only do something for 10,000 hours without feedback, then you get nothing. That's not exactly how it is. It's not about feedback. It is kind of about feedback, but it's dedicated practice. It's practice. It's not just doing something. You can do something inefficiently for 10,000 hours, and then it's not like when you hit 10,000 hours, you magically become a master. So that's kind of what you mean. But yeah, you have to be... Shut up, kitty. You have to be in a mindset of learning, which I think I am. This is why I'm thinking trains for Gleba. Yeah, I'm not thinking trains for Gleba. That's completely incorrect. I think I'm going to build it up here. Because I also have water, and I need a little bit of water here. So, yeah. So let's build this build here. Be like this. That's a lot. I like trains. Well, I like to like trains, but unfortunately they're not really there. This is going to be a hell of a nightmare to build. And I'm also going to be plastering. Is he getting this part? Love these massive builds where you just indiscriminately spam things down and then just hope that the robots can sort it out. Good. So this will get 4 full lines in of, we can just look at this one. I'll retire this one. Actually, I should retire it now. Because otherwise it, yeah. Let's see. It's so good. Like this build, Megabase. I want to save this. No, I think it's this one. Tiles. Not these tiles, unfortunately. See, I wish I could sort of paste it in so that it also could do those tiles. There's no way we can do that. He's out here. What do you think about legendary rocket silos? I think they can go without a beacon at full productivity, right? Sure, but I don't want to waste time on that. The normal one can also go. Like, just put one beacon in, and then you don't need to make it legendary. That's way easier. Can you just from blueprint menu? Yes, that's what I'm doing. But I'd like actually to have the soil, but also have it here and here and here and here, everything else. But I can't do that without having somewhere that actually had this everywhere. Let's see. Where are you? There you are. And then it's going to be that one. Then I'm also going to make a little arrow that it goes. this way. What's it called? Yumako? You. Good. That goes into this here. And tiles, disable that, and also down here, remove entities. Entities back. And this one. Farm. And then, what's it called? Jelly nut, of course. And then an arrow this way. Jelly nut. Snap. And oh, right, this one, yes. Thank you. There you go. And that also goes in. Yeah. So now we have the 2 farms we need. And then I can delete this. Alright, so now I have it, then I can delete this here. No. Actually, what am I looking for? It's actually this one. It's just the requester that I want to kill. You're allowed to sort of run out. Yep. And do the same thing down here. I'm confused about the Masterclass series versus the Megabase series. Okay. What are you confused about? They're 2 different series, as you correctly identified. They are very different stages of the game. One is using legendary everything, and the other one is not using any legendary. Okay, this is looking good. Let's see, where are you at? You are... This is coming in. This one is coming in. Let's see what's happening up here, how this one's going. Well, it looks like it's kind of working, right? Obviously, these are not, rocket silos are not built quite fast enough. What I need to do, though, is I need to get water inbound. That's going to be a little bit tricky here. Tricky. It goes here. Yeah, okay. And from there, over that one, from here. And then we can, oh, we can get water right there. Nice. Yeah. Funny how that doesn't work. Alright, no, it's not actually funny that doesn't work. It's kind of understandable. Ah, alright, it doesn't work, of course. That should get something. Hopefully enough. The question is just whether the design here is too big. There. And this network is 197 out of 320. So water is done. No problem. Good. Right. This part here. Funny how, like, I feel that I should be... When I'm holding shift and scrolling, it should select the different blueprints. There, okay. Not always, apparently. Yeah. Okay. And then in this one, guess we do this as well, because this is going to be a consolidated built inbound. So what are we going to do inbound? We're going to get something in from one side and something in from the other side. Let's get that in from here. One, two, three, four. I should design this so that I can make 8 lanes instead of only making it with this, right? Yeah, I think I should make it with 8 lanes. I could put one more in here. Right, let's do this, and when I need to double it, I'll double it. I think that's probably fine. Oops. Misplaced. Everything is misplaced. Would you recommend getting started with city block before or after setting up legendary quality for substation? Before. I am not using the substation grid anymore. The substation grid was something I did as an experiment, and not going to do that anymore. Because I only had the original city blocks, and they just didn't really fit with the smaller builds on each of the different planets. So I was like, I knew that the original city blocks didn't work, but I didn't have a solution. And then when we came up with the new city blocks, then it was suddenly hallelujah. And I love them. As is absolutely, to the surprise of no one, I love them. There we go. That's a very simple input. So now all I need to do is collect. Let's have a look. Each of these. I think I have still the calculator. Yeah, the calculation box is here. Let's actually just move it down here. This calculation box, I need 47 per second of this per each. So I need, don't need to be on separate belts, right? But 47 times 4 is what I'm working on right now. So 188. And then I divide by 0.026. That's how many plants I need. Yeah. That means I need 1,126 plants. And a city block like this has 168 plants. So yeah, about 8 city blocks, 8 really good city blocks is what I need of this one. Minifigure, thank you for the prime. Welcome.
It fills you with determination.
And what about you? You're still harvesting, yeah, and you're still keeping up. This one's also still keeping up. And then, okay, so 8 good city blocks. That should be absolutely no problem to get down here. Just grab it and then get in here. Okay, so I guess I'm gonna build it over to this one. So let me get my Farm Yumako. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There you go. So this should be enough. And then, because why not, then I'm going to do this. Just so it's a nice big chunk. So this one, once it's done, it's done. I'll get all the Yumako I need. 1, 2, 3 output lanes, and that gets split into 4 lanes. And then I'm going to do the same thing on the other side as well. Figuring out where I can get the equivalent. That's the farm jelly nut. Here I can get it like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't think I need very many of these. Let's have a look. This one was 19. And this block here, which is not a great block, but that has 106. Yeah, so 19 times 4. So this is definitely enough. Good. All right. So we just need to get these two combined here. So that'll be...
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Welcome home, Tommen. Thank you so much for supporting for a million years. 74 months. Good. There we go. And they go down here. Actually, I'm gonna be annoyed if they don't merge immediately. And let's see. I don't want it to go out. And on this side, I'm gonna get a... where are you? There. A 3 to 4 splitter.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
And Mr. Power, thank you. Yeah. How's that? 35 months. Nice. Where's the input? A little bit further down. Okay. Actually, maybe I want to get this. Yeah, I think I want it out on these lanes as fast as possible. Yes. A lot of spoilage somehow. Thought I actually had collected the spoilage or contained the spoilage here, but I guess not. There we go. Well, ouch. And lovely. Lots of spoilage here. Got it. Then this one has to be the same as well. The elusive 2 to 4 splitter. Ooh, complicated. I bet there's a real one that's much more complicated than it needs to be. Nope. Okay. Woo. Let's see. Obviously nothing is coming in because we don't have any of the farmland here. So I am going to find the farmland here. There's a tiny bit out here. And then we just get it up to the full size, like that. Stamp it down everywhere. It's going to be vastly overbuilt, but that is... And you could be more refined with this by only putting it where it needs to be and like taking the stuff out. But at this point, we're making things in so high quantity that it's just easier. Just stamp it down, forget about it. Forget about it. There we go. And then we do the Yumako soil. Huh. Like that. Belt was turned upside down after the... Okay, I'm just gonna do this part and then I'm gonna look at chat. There could actually be something on these that isn't spoilage, but is should not be there. Like some trees that I haven't cleaned up before could actually be there. Okay, there's quite a lot of this. Dead space, dead space, dead space, whatever. Ta-da! Alright, let me see. Rightmost belt was turned upside down after the 2.4 splitter. 2 to 4 splitter. Yes, but I fixed it. Right? Nope, I didn't. Thank you. Whew. I wonder if it just works like this when I... And then I can just go back again. So, is it working? I'm guessing it's not really working because these are not really getting anything. So we need to make sure that we have some of these available somewhere so that they can actually be made available. That's a really far away that I have them, but I did have them like here, like that one. And they are going to be picked up. All of them are being picked up now. 72 being picked up. I wonder where they're going actually. Let's see. Okay, they're going upwards, right? So all the way up here. This is a problem. This is the expensive soil, the one that uses biters, because we are at a point where I have 50,000 of each. So don't care. Right. So I actually want to disable all my science here. Yeah, let's disable all this. This one should also stop working. Yeah, okay, it stopped working. Perfect. So all of this I can take out. That's just a test run here. Yeah. And then we get there. We establish this part. Yep. This one is not working anymore, so let's also kill that. They might have a few to launch, but that's it. Okay, let's kill all of this. So I'm working at a scale where things are like I don't care about losing thousands of something, right? If we're gonna be making 1,000 signs per second, whatever, then this loss that I take here is not much. It's quite inconsequential. And if I do this, oops, was that a good idea? Yeah, okay, so there was some missing here for some reason. Okay, this is looking good. This is looking good. Is it coming anything inbound? I still have way overfilled inventory. I have a lot of rocket silos, so let's go up here and spread the love. Sweet. Good. Right, and I actually want to disable this part here as well. I don't like disabling it, but I think that's the right thing to do. Because I only want the new thing. Shouldn't it be better to overproduce the gel and kill the rest? Yeah. Maybe. We'll see. So when this one stops producing, let's have a look up here. Do these have... Okay, so they don't have any of this because I don't have any bioflux coming in. But down here we do have some nutrients, so everything is good. This is being emptied, also good. I don't know if they even go anywhere. And this one stops working soon-ish. Oh, they are actually coming in here, nice. Okay, so they'll be fed into this area, which eventually will be replaced. Okay, so how many? We still miss 52 launchers. Oof. I am thinking that it would be better if I had some launchers everywhere instead of many launchers somewhere. Go. Yeah, nope, nope, not. Still missing something. There we go. And then undo. There you go. So, it still works. Now, I want to go through this one because I had to build this off camera, and I don't like it, but I can't really make it better. So the problem here is that what I'm doing is coming into this belt, going in on here, and being picked up into this box by one inserter, which is not enough. But then just being stored for, which will be for 2 rockets here, and then going in immediately. Because I'm just basically saying, I mean, at some point we'll have something running. So this is more about sort of getting, if this is fully running, or if I'm producing the maximum signs I want, like in the Megabase setting, then these are going to run almost all the time. So I don't need to control. If I'm not maxing out on the Gleba signs, well then fuck it. It doesn't matter whether this is enough, because it doesn't matter that it spoils, because I have way too much anyway. So let it spoil and move on. Good. All right. So now we have at least some for each of them, and then the next ones will sort of be built eventually. Right. Do we think that it works? I don't know. Corinna, thank you for 76. Can you get the eggs out? No, I don't need to get eggs out. I need to get eggs in. So, let's see. Let's go. Oh, break time. Let's do that after the break. Ooh. And this will be 960 Gleba signs per second. 4 full saturated belts. Pretty sweet. Be back in 2 minutes. All right, I can't wait any longer. So we need to see, right? Before these spoil as well. Ta-da! It's gonna be the middle ones that enable first. These two, because they're the ones that get both of them in first. So this will be the first one. Let's see how it works. We'll follow. And that should come into 2 full belts. Should get more bioflux than we need. And then it's just a matter of whether we have enough here for these to keep going. We are unfortunately going to have to be babysitting these a little bit, just to make sure that these actually do have something. Yes. And this one does have something. So this one has one. Just 1, 2 actually. Perfect. And then as the bioflux goes up, then it goes in here, and now it stabilizes. As soon as it stabilizes, it's good. And this one's also fine. And then they shouldn't run out. Shouldn't, right? Still not seeing any output. Oh, we are seeing the output. It's right here. Just this is the storage belt, so that should be empty, preferably. Thank you. All right. Let's have a look on agricultural science. That one. On a 10-minute cycle. What would we like it to be at? 960 times 60 minutes. So we needed to go up to 57,600. That would be where we'd like it to be. I'll dissect a little bit less. 56. Flattening at 56,000. You can do it. Just get me to 57. Where are you getting the pentapod eggs out? I'm not getting them out. I'm getting them in. Like, I know what you mean. So okay, let's. I'll show you where the pentapod eggs. Let's take a unit. This is a unit. So the pentapod eggs. I'm requesting one pentapod egg, which should never be the case because this one will always have some. Then that goes in here to become more pentapod eggs. They go out into this box, where they can store up to 20. This one will grab as long as there's less than 20 in this box. So it'll get up to 1 stack, but it'll make sure that there's always something. This one will then take from the requested box only when it is above 10, and then I've set the stack size to 4, because that's the stack size here. So basically, when this one goes, this is the one that controls the flow. If it goes to 0, it requests one from the network. But it should be staying between 10 and 20. It'll be put in when it's less than 20, and it'll be taken out when it's more than 10. And therefore this one should fluctuate between 7 and 23. And that's what we see here. And therefore it just goes in the loop, and it goes in the loop on that side as well. And then it just keeps these going. And these will be slightly underbuilt because the ratio here is not perfect. Slightly underbuilt. So this is not 28, it is instead 28.87 divided by 14.63 times 10.78. Yeah, this one, and then I have 12 of those units. 255. I mean, for your requests, somewhere, like my old build. I think I also have like a build like this somewhere. That one. Yeah, this one says that if the network has less than 10, then it starts crafting more. So this one's just making sure that I'll never run out. Doing a YouTube video for today, when you were setting up your crushers, you said that this will be phased out in 2021. What were you referring to with a phase out, patch out? 2 things have been told by BossKit about the 2.1. One is you will no longer be able to put quality modules into crushers, so that kills all of the space casinos. The second thing is that legendary plastic combined with normal here cannot make legendary LDS, so that kills the LDS shuffle. So very much dead things. Hello Gunther, good to see you. And they're launching. It's pretty good. Let's have a look at our build, and it settles at 55. So not quite where I want it to be, but also still pretty nice. Where was this mentioned at? In the official Discord by BossKit on about something. So now I have a sneaking suspicion that somewhere, like, this is the part, like, it looks like everything is working, but it's really difficult to see if everything is working. Like this doesn't. Okay, it is working. It's just kind of looked a little bit dull, but it is working. Do you know for a fact? No, I don't know for a fact, but if one of the developers says it's going to be nerfed, that's as much information as I have. I don't have more than that. It just, we have a quote from a developer saying it's gonna get nerfed. Is that the final? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Okay, this is also not correct. That is all the information I have, so. That was just quoted here on there. Because it's very, very bad loading here, side loading. Huh. Yeah, but it should be able to handle all these. Yeah, it stacks up anyway, so all good. Do the devs really want us to brute force legendary? Yes. I think it's just that the LDS shuffle is too good and the Space Casino is too good. So they just nerf it to the ground in good old WoW fashion. Just, oh, it's slightly overpowered, let's nerf it to the ground. Yeah. And Jesus Christus, thank you for the 39 months. Almost 4 metric years, absolutely. This looks great. I don't know if I'm happy about 55,000 when I thought the theoretical should be 57,000. Like, where's the missing? That's the problem. Like, where is the missing? I have no idea how to find it. Because it was like one of these modules that are not working or one of them that's not outputting, that would be fine, but it doesn't look like it. And it's not sort of unable to put it out on the belt, and therefore it stacks up internally. It's, yeah. The belts are fine, look full. No, they're, I can't merge them together, so it actually have to be 2 half belts. And if I was setting this one in here, then, and taking these 2 out, then it would stutter a bit here because it couldn't always get all of it out. Output full, and I don't want it to ever say output full. So I just put it up here so that it goes out in parallel. Blue chip upcycling is really good. You want bottleneck on basis. It's good. It's not good for science. Legendary science is completely dead. But just legendary materials are still working. It could be it's not a water thing. Water's still fine. Yeah. I'm just really curious about, like, these ones should always work, and they are. And I'm just thinking, like, if this is always working, I don't understand why the other things are not working. But this is just so ridiculously smooth. Like this, there's no fluctuation, which is a really good thing for me. That there is no fluctuation. So there's something that, like, okay, this is settling in, oh, there is a fluctuation. It's dipping now. It's dipping. It's dipping. No, don't you dare dip. Why you dip? I don't know. See, I don't understand why it's dipping. Oh yeah, here. Yeah, this is full. This is stuttering. So that means this one can't output. Okay, that's why. So it's actually oversaturated, and it's because we're not having enough rocket silos and not enough requesters. So these can easily go up to 40,000 now. This one I don't really like. I should have another one that's just picking up the legendaries and nothing else. Because what happens now is that this is coming in, but before it comes in, this hits 1,000, and then it's going to be stuck until that 1,000 comes in. Yeah. Come on, get in there fast before this one triggers. Yes, it triggered. It was at 970, and then it goes. All right, so it goes back and drops off 40,000. Timbo is here. 40,000 is the maximum we can receive as one batch. This one can receive because there are 38 plus 3 from this one. Then it can receive 41 things at a time, and that means it can receive all, go back. So this ship cannot handle more than 40,000, or then it'll have to receive it and then receive another batch. So this is pretty damn efficient. Let's go back to novice, and fighters are attacking. That's insane. Why do we not have rocket launch turrets? Whatever. Here. Let's see. Agricultural science. None. No agricultural science. This one's already heading back. And you are arriving and it's gone. 40,000 more. Off we go. And it leaves. I don't think we need more than 5 seconds for this. It just needs to come back, drop it off, and go. Yep. And then on novice, we actually have some, which will just be sent out. It's really cool in community charts like that. Yes, absolutely. And then I have the most hidden secret hotkey. No. It's so secret that I can't remember it. It's Alt, Shift, Control, 2 of those plus a right click. There you go. Just Alt and then that one. Okay, so this one don't show, but give us some kind of icon. I can clean it up a little bit. Oh, Alt F4. Yes, that must be it. That must be it. This one gives a little bit of an indication, but not enough. I think we can clean this up. Because there's more space in height than there is on the side. So we can just have it like normal, legendary, normal, legendary, normal, legendary. May not be enough. It's affected by launch speed. It is enough. Launch speed. It's nothing to do with launch speed. I mean, launch speed is, yes, of course, but launch speed is way more. Like, as you can see here, we have way more launchers, so that's not the issue. 38 is enough because there's 38 plus this one counts as 3. So it's, well, this one is actually not enough. Mark is a city, so this one actually has to receive it in twice. But this is the good template. So this means Gleba's done. That was way easier than I expected. It did, right? I'm not. Yes, it's done, but it's also like, is it done? Because it's gonna break somehow. Like, here's another part. Like, is this the right way to do things, or should I take all of these and basically say, you prioritize in here? And then whatever is not going in moves on. And then that whatever moves on has to go over and here at the end be deleted. Right? Yeah. We'll update Mark. Yeah, Mark is a slacker. So we're going to go back here and set a circuit condition over that location. And I also need a new ship that is dedicated to taking this. What? Yeah, I know. You're a slacker. I know. Why? Why are you? So what's the fastest way of deleting these? So this now has to be deleted. And I know that 4 of these can delete a full lane. There. This one. Flip. I think this is the right thing. I'm not 100% sure because I am a little bit uncertain about whether by having it flow, whether it still will have enough. Oops, not there. I'll of course use more everything, but I don't think that's... Really don't think that matters. Let's see if they can cope with this burn rate here. Oh, right, these burn rate, they are actually burning. Oh, they're burning much slower than... Oh, no. Yeah, I forgot. They are not burning very fast enough. They have burn value 10 megajoule. Yep. While it works, if they burn 10 megajoule, then it's only like 1.6 per second that they're consuming, which is nothing. So I think we have to change this to be something like this based, right? How fast does that consume? Yeah, that's something. That's fine. This is it. Good. Yes. Flip. Yeah. Oh, I'm out, actually. Okay, good. So now they are always flowing. Okay, and there was... Do you want to be speakers and parts of the signs to alert you if something breaks? I don't know. Oh, this one's wrong. There you go. This one's also wrong. Nice. This is also wrong. Lovely. At least I'm being consistent. Also wrong. Wow. And this is correct. This is correct. This is correct. That's correct. Okay, so all the red ones, all the tomatoes, as someone say. Some tomatoes players prioritize input and then output. Thank you. Good spot. So now it's always flowing. That's nice. And it still looks like it's saturated. And now we have the problem that I was expecting, that we are out of these. Also because these are synchronized. This one's moving back. That means there's a long time until we're going to get anything. So we need to do some other signs in the meantime. Good. Wow, this is not producing very much. Is there some problem with it, or is it just... It is a smaller build, but everything is connected.
Come, steal yourself.
Alright.
We are
Hey,
building an
Goo-
army.
Goost. Maybe. Thank you for the tier 1. Welcome. What about the seeds for the Bamako... What? Seeds? I don't know. Like the seeds, they are being filtered out here. Kimako. What about the seeds? What about them? They're handled somewhere else. This is a very concerningly low amount. But it might still be enough. It's a concerningly low amount of this. I think I'm just gonna make more. Gel farm. 1, 2, 3. I'll just get that one as well. This one. That's not where I want it. I want it here. Subtle nuances here. Yeah, so the science is accruing pretty quickly. Okay, and I need to also do this part, otherwise it doesn't work. This will generate half the sign we need for the final build, but we're building half of it, and then when we have all half of it working fully, then we can settle in for the next. You're throwing the fruit away at a large amount without getting seeds. Will that be a problem? It's a good point. But I am also getting like a silly amount of extra seeds because I'm, for example, down here. This one. This is just generating seeds. This is just basically deleting it and generating seeds. This is how I decided to delete these. By going in here. Like I could also put that up on that other belt, but yeah, it's a really good point. Can you fill it and then only trust below 5 minutes? No, you cannot do that. Nope, not possible. This one will then peak at 943,000. So it's not quite Megabase for the normal sciences, but it's getting there. And this should be almost sustainable. I think it's actually... Oh, right. It's not sustainable because Mark is a slacker. Yeah.
Subscriber arrives.
If I just take this.
With determination.
Yeah. And now I have also deleted it so that it is no longer oops, pause thread. There you go. The thing is now it is All requests satisfied. Good. So it's waiting for the request to be satisfied, and then it can go. Exteriors, thank you for the Prime. Brand new Prime. Mats for the missing silo as penance. Nah. They'll look. It's 35. It'll take a while, but oh, Gleba. This is our old build. Should I just delete it? I think I should, because it's kind of not working. I deleted it, so let's do this. That gets us another 20 of those. And I'm gonna delete all of this. Normally I would leave this build, but it's just too dangerous to leave this.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Ooh, steadfast loyalty. OV Guston, thank you for the 3 months. Yeah. And then we're gonna be lacking some grids here. Nope. Ooh, I have to be careful. This is the one that isn't allowed to be connected to anything else. Oops, close. Does that work? Yes. There, that should work. And it should still be separated. Go. Oh, I wonder if this water is fine. It has its own water. Good. So that is now deleted. The only science we have is the new science build, the dedicated science build up here. Which looks awful with the... This looks awful, yeah. Really strange that it is not getting them. Or maybe it's because all of this is not ready for the first harvest, and once the first harvest comes in, it gets better. It just kind of feels like it's not keeping up. Which is really weird why it's not keeping up. Like, look how little is coming in. But it's a massive improvement here, so. I wish there was a way we could see how many each one, like if this one sort of had like some kind of indicator that it's X out of X is available, right? So this can have a maximum of 48 because it excludes itself, 7 by 7 minus the field, plus it also needs to get something in. So this is 47 is the maximum for this one, and this one has 47. This one has 45, and this one has something else, and so on and so forth. Maybe everything gets harvested and then they throw it away too fast. That's correct. That's also something I was thinking about. Like if I get like a huge harvest, then it'll fill up the belt, but then the rest of the harvest will go by and get deleted, while the next harvest will then come in. So because of the batch sizes, there's a huge batch, which on average is enough, but I consume 20% and throw away 80%, then that's a problem. And I don't know if is the sightedness. I love that sightedness has become a word. Hype train incoming. Yep. What happens with all these illegal connections? Looks a little bit weird, but the rest looks okay. Now we're down to 13 missing. Maybe a side bouncer will help. But on the other hand, if it's... I don't think so. Yes, it will help, but I don't think it matters. Like now we're starting to see this one coming in. And I think there will be like a flow of this. And then because they won't be able to harvest all of it at once. Because there's the slowness of this one harvesting. So I think that there will be like a more constant flow over time. It'll sort of even out to be more of a constant flow. And it already looks much nicer. So, hype train, they said. This one's working, but it's fluctuating. And the reason why it's fluctuating, don't actually know. Mark is... Oh, you are actually out. Nice. Well done, Mark. You're getting your 40,000. You're not getting the 40,000. Available in rocket silos. Oh, there's 40,000 inbound. Never mind. Hey, Maycom, thank you for the 32 months. Much appreciated. I don't know about you, but I feel hyped for the next week of work. Oh, you feel... Are you're still working? No summer vacation for you?
A kind gesture.
The time it takes for this one to come in. Available on planet. Those 8,000 on planet are probably problematic. And this one just goes out, drops fast. Moosh, thank you for the tier 1 for 21 months. And Silver Seal with the 200 bits. Not yet. Sorry to hear that. So, another 40,000 is coming in. It would actually be nice to time like a loop for this. Oh, we're not picking up the legendary. Ooh, we should have a ship to only pick up legendary, right? Oh man, we don't even have any... Unnamed. Build a blink of the eye, those 3 weeks will be gone. Yes. I've had my 2 weeks vacation for myself. Then there's 2 weeks of just normal work and whatever. And then 1 week without the kids, 1 week with the kids. Oh, the first week with the kids I'm going traveling with my daughter. We're going to Barcelona, so that's nice. You wonder where the devs get the names. Those are the supporters that supported the game in the very beginning. So, hype train, woo! Can we get at least a little bit, just a little bit of level 1? The previous mistake and not let Mark Young handle the legendary signs. Well, I think actually, yeah, okay, but it will have one that's dedicated to legendary signs. This one. This one. And then we also need...
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Okay, QQNRB, and thank you for the 4 months. How's Berlin? I'm more interested in how this train is going. Not well. Yeah, and you're not gonna do that. This one's there. And woo, Mark, thank you for the 5 gift subs. We're still not there. We're missing 1 sub of some sort. What's the other thing I want? That. Just 1 little sub. And then we should be good.
Our modest fellowship expands.
There you go, dude in the park. Thank you. Oops, I rotated. And we finally made the little level there. Perfect. Right, so how was Berlin? It was amazing. That was the first week of the last 2 weeks. This week I went to a Tantra camp. That wasn't a Tantra camp, but it wasn't a Tantra camp. It was, yeah, I don't know, something else. Why are we building again on Novice? Aren't they building on Volcans? Whatever. We're building on Novice. Mr. Ochak, thank you for the 30 months. But Berlin was amazing. I was there with one of my girlfriends, and we were... we wanted to go... didn't want to see any tourist sites, so we walked around and just had a good time, and it was just nice. And yeah, robot attachment points in the hotel. No, they weren't. But we went to a place called, if for anyone who is familiar with Berlin, you're probably not familiar with this because it's a kind of niche thing. It was an institute for body research and sexual culture by a guy called Felix Rückert, who is kind of infamous in the king circles. And it was such an amazing place. It was in a place called Holzmark, which was like old abandoned buildings that were like really newly furbished, but everything was chaotic, and there were trees everywhere, and there were old stuff, and there were cafes, and everything smelled of weed, which, you know, whatever that could be expected. And then they had an open bondage night, so we went there and just wowed everyone with our with our tying session, which was super amazing. So yeah, so we had an absolute blast in Berlin, and then the next day we went to Insomnia, and also tied there, because that was kind of what we wanted to go there. We wanted to go to some of the places we've heard about in Berlin, and then just find places to tie, because that's kind of what we wanted to do. So it was just an amazing little romantic trip. And then this week I've been on this tantra camp with my other girlfriend, and it was good with her, but it was not like, the event wasn't exactly my kind of thing. It was, yeah, I don't know what, I don't know how to, there you go, now we can do this. Just didn't really like the workshops. They were kind of not really interesting enough. Yeah, so I think that this one is going to be, it feels so wasted to have one that just goes like this. What does this one do? Maybe, or shouldn't it just be any request 0? I think that would be working for both of them. Oh no, not any request 0. It should be any planet import 0 from Gleba. So anything we want to import from Gleba, go to Gleba. It's a 404. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Keeping that train a little bit alive. Still missing quite a bit. 8 subs for the next possible level. If you want to get to the next level. Remember, as usual, if we get to level 5, should we get there, there's an extra hour for the stream tonight. And now there are no more requests, right? Oh, there's still some requests. Do you know if Gleba is the next one in Masterclass series? Yes, I know. It is not. I'm the one making the video, so yes, I know whether that's going to be the next. And it's not going to be the next, because we still have blue, military, yellow, and purple science to make. So that's going to be at least two more videos. Then it's going to be something about the quality, and then it's going to be starting on Gleba afterwards. We got everything? Yes, yes, yes. Good. And the hype train died. Too bad. Oh, don't have that one. Good. So it goes to Gleba. And this one should also have a name, or, well, an indicator. This will be, it has that prefix because it's a science build, and then it's going to be legendary that. There you go. Now we can see where it is. We have 2 transporting normal science back and forth, and 1 that's only dedicated to the legendary. Well, at least it was a real train, even if it started randomly. Yes, at least it got off the ground, so that's something. What about Glebalicious? We are down to 7 of these. And they look full, right? So this looks great. I think that it works. I like this, that they're just running through and getting deleted. And yeah, maybe there's going to be a problem. And they are just chugging along. This is good. And I think we can kind of say that this is done. It's a pretty damn good build. And yep, you need a little bit of this, a little bit of that. But if we look at it, could I double this? Easily. Just get this space and then take some of this space out here as well. Then we could easily get enough, also that space. So easily get enough to double this build when we want to. Can you run this on a potato? No, you cannot. And let's see, what is the one thing we want? We want to make sure that we get enough rocket silos, so for the future expansion. So wherever we're building rocket silos, that one. How many do you think we want? 16? 50? Yeah. Well, that can't even be put in the box, but whatever. Fill it up. I think the siding is going to be a problem. The right side will be old and will turn to spoilers. Maybe just insert single-sided. I think it moves slowly enough that it should fit. That's a good idea. Great idea. Which would be like this one, right? Let's have a look at the consumption rate. The consumption rate here is 66, but it's actually 47, so it's definitely not a problem with sidedness. But it's a great idea to have this, although it'll, yeah. No, it'll be fine. It'll fine. It's fine. Oh, it's now the sidedness on the wrong side, but whatever. It'll even out. Great idea. Like, these are the tweaks I really love doing when you have sort of the basis of a design, and then sort of, okay, why is it not working completely exactly as I want? What more can we do? And we've way overscaled it. Oh, this looks so much better. Look at that. Now there's no waste. Scary. Okay, now there's starting to come a little bit of waste. Will you make a series with Basement Book Space Edition? Kind of. Yeah, I will when I'm done with this series. Yeah, that was much better. Thank you. And that's Mark. But I already am working on it because the masterclass is basically following kind of stepwise what we want to do. So I think that's fine. Okay, now, big question. And that's before I go into my break. Oh my god, shut up, cat. Shut up. Anyone want a cat? An orange cat? He's super cuddly and really annoying. I was supposed to pick him up, or I ordered sort of the stay at the hotel, cat hotel, until today. But then I got back on Friday, and I was like, I could pick him up. Here we go. On Friday, but I didn't want to. And then I thought, like, I'm just gonna have 2 days without the kitty and see how that works. And now that he's back, I am really just, it really annoys me. It's so annoying because I really love having the 2 cats around, but I really hate having him sort of standing up on my legs, just kind of crawling up my legs and going like wow 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 constantly. And of course he needs more attention, but I can't give him that attention. For biters, it's a logistical trauma. Yeah, it is. So only if you're not at the annoying part. Yeah, but definitely annoying in the way that, like, it's just like I want to give you the love that you deserve, but I can't. I can't spend all of my time just cuddling. So I'm gonna take a 2-minute break, and then we'll be back with Kitty in hand, and then talk about the next step. Oh, let's also take a break. Yeah. Be back in 2 minutes. Okay, welcome back. So, the kitty was just... I went to grab some water and he was like sneaking in between my legs up and down the stairs and just kind of really eager. And then when I got back up, he walked to the window instead. So he doesn't want to cuddles right now, but he wants cuddles every other second of the day. Ah. Yeah, assassin cat. Yep. Well, what should be the next thing we want to do? I think we should be looking basically from the perspective of what is missing the most. Okay, so now we can actually switch back here. We'll just do a few of these. These are running incredibly quick. Alright, so let's see. Which ones do we have? That's actually not a lot of things launching here. Why not? Oh, okay, it's just kind of random places, which is another big problem. That is not everything coming out at the same time. Right, so we have... Let's review the stuff we have. We have red and green. We have blue. Yellow might be another one that could be problematic. Military, I also saw that as problematic at some point. I know that honestly what we really should be doing is this one. But that is so complicated that I can't really cope with it. So it will be random. Yeah, that's true. That is true. 40k at the time, yeah. Maybe I should get bigger ships eventually. So... Yeah. Okay, in order for me to improve this ship significantly, I would have to launch Yeah, what would I have to... I would have to... Still going up. Okay. I would have to get biters on this ship going out. And not just a few biters, but a lot of biters. Not 20,000, like more like 50,000 biters. And then as we go out, what really needs to happen is that I also need to be able to make absolutely sure that I can get rid of them. Like, first things first, the storage is not a problem. So we can easily cut down on some of the storage. So for example, this could easily be taken out, and then I'd have a way to get, maybe, to get rid of extra biters if the shit hits the fan. The proverbial shit hits the fan. Yeah, so let's try that. This is 477, so it's not even gonna go out anytime soon. So let's make a design. Oh, I can actually use this design, maybe. This one's also fine from the other one. Let's kill this. One, two, three, four. Sounds here, and that's right hand side in the direction of travel. So this is basically one belt, and then that will be basically two belts. That means I can now eject at, what is this on a moving belt, like 80, 90 per second, something like that. You want to make science on the run? Yeah, I want to make science on the way out as well as on the way back, when it comes back, because right now I'm constrained by this build speed, and if we look at it, then as long as it has something, it's only producing 9,000 promethium per minute, and 9,000, it's 150 promethium science per second, which is nothing. That's the cap, and that is assuming that it has biters in here. So I needed to come back with 150,000 signs, so that the round trip, like the round trip is no production, and then when it comes back, it's producing at 150 per second. But the round trip is like the majority is out there, and then if it's like, or maybe let's say that it's 15 minutes out there or 20 minutes out there, and then 20 minutes standing there, then instead of maybe that becomes 150, then it becomes, what is it? 75, which is not enough. There's a really long way from 75 to what we need. So if I could make this somehow better, why don't you scale up with more ships? Because Prometheum murders UPS. Exactly. So I want the same ship. If I can get the same ship to produce more, for example, by saying, okay, on this 20-second loop out, 20-minute loop out, it's actually producing 150,000, then that would be, that's just sort of rough number. Oops. 150,000 divided by 20 minutes divided by 60 seconds. That would still be another 125. Then that would actually sort of even out somehow. Like, this is just like imagining, right? The question is then, or the problem is then, how are we going to make sure that I don't, kill my ship? And I have no idea how to do this. Well, I did have one idea, but I don't have that anymore. I think we had that on the Ringstrom here. This one has one, yeah. So what is this number? Ah, right, it's a counter. This is simply a counter. When this is greater than 0, so when there's some biters on board, it starts counting. When it starts counting, that means like, okay, we got something on board, now let's count it down. and or count up, and then when that count reaches 100,000 ticks, 100,000 ticks divided by 60, that becomes seconds, divided by 60, that becomes minutes. That doesn't seem right. It's because there's too many here. Yeah, like that. 27 minutes. Right, 27 minutes. Is it? Do they have really? They have half an hour spoil time, right? Yes, spoil time 30 minutes. Okay. So that means after 27 minutes, then there's 2 minutes left, and then it starts ejecting the rest in panic mode. But just store the eggs and don't store as much. Oh, I'm going to store as much Promethium. It's just that the way out, the first 150,000 Promethium I collect. No, let's say I'm imagining that I'm using 50,000. Ah. Okay, you can get up now. And he's so cuddly. Look at him. He's so cute. Not at all annoying. Ow. Not at all annoying. Or murder kitty. Look at him. He's so cuddly. Yeah, you are. You're such a cute cat. You just deserve to be cuddled all the time. Ow. So. He deserves to be cuddled by a family of like with 2 small kids, because he doesn't care about being. He loves being picked up and cuddled, and yeah, look at them. Look out. So anyway, what I was saying. That's my throat. Please don't slash it. It's not a massive cat. Maybe it's just me being small. How does Kid respond to dogs? He has never seen a dog, so he wouldn't know. Yeah. Anyway, let's see. The biter hat, so we can't throw it over. Nope, no. He's just here slashing and cutting everything around him. Claws, jaws, and a cute attitude. That's his weapons. The science for minutes produced by cat. None. 0. Inefficient. It's a very inefficient cat. Okay. What I was saying here. My biters love to chew display cables. Oh, that would not work out well. Yeah, it's been showing a little bit of interest in cables, but has been amply dissuaded. Look at him. So cute. Anyway, yeah, so I want to have this one counting up, and when it reaches, for some reason, it doesn't eject the biters fast enough, then it, if I don't consume it, or in this case transport them fast enough, then they will start being ejected, and hopefully fast enough. Yeah. Especially HDMI cable. Maybe they are particularly chewy. Well, you are a cute cat, but I can't keep you here because I want to be productive as well. So wave goodbye to little kitty. Yeah. Also, the kids haven't been here for 2 weeks, and he's just been away for a week, so of course he's more needy than usual. That should change his name from Speedy to Needy. Okay. Yeah, okay, so we can use this, except that it doesn't work. Why? Because I will always have biter eggs here. That's the whole point. It's just that I'll hopefully have some biter eggs by the time that we also leave. My channel recently started a YouTube channel. Difficult concept of your approach. It's a shame that it's difficult to watch your videos in their original language. Why is it difficult to watch it in the original language. Like for you maybe, but welcome. You don't look as old as I thought. Huh. How old did you think? And how old do you think I am then? How old did you think I was? And how old do you think I am? And welcome. Now you just walked straight in and gave a comment like that as your very first comment. So I'm going to put a little bit of a spotlight on you to see. Now I'm being curious. Didn't think about it, but more about looks. Attempt at a save. But I did, I remember I went to TwitchCon some years ago and I met some famous Satisfactory streamers, some of the other content creators, and we were sort of like sitting there drinking a beer and talking about, you know, Satisfactory or whatever. And then it was just quite clear that we had a different frame of reference. And then, yeah, I talked to Kibitz and it's like, well, I think it's an age thing. He was like, huh? Like, yeah, I'm 46. And he's like, are you 46? Like, yes, I am. At that point, I was 44, but now I'm 46. Like, yeah. I think that was a little bit surprising. Well, Gunther, I know you're a millennial. You're the oldest millennial. Yeah. Right, so how would I do this? I would basically increase this number. Gen X, absolutely. Absolutely, the forgotten generation. Okay, let's see how we do this. So I would increase this so that I get more biters, and then keep getting more biters, and then once it reaches 0, we would always just consume the biters faster than we can get them in. I think, right? Wouldn't we? I don't know. We would consume them at the freshest rate. Oh, but that's not great. So when I'm now consuming, when I'm burning through this rate here, then it's possible to track spoil time. No, I can start a counter when there's something, but I can't filter on it. I can't do anything. I can have these ones take the spoiled first, for example. That would be like a logical thing. Okay. I'm thinking, and I have to articulate what I'm thinking here. Right. When I do the way I do, I go out, collect a lot of promethium, store it, come back, launch, get biter eggs up here, process, continue to process until I am out of promethium, then I fly out. That's how it works right now. The other way of doing it is that I take a number of biter eggs, and then I fly out, and then I consume all the biter eggs, and then once all the biter eggs are consumed, I go back. Then, if that's the case, then I don't have any storage of promethium on the ship. But it completely turns it around. Surely you want a combination. The problem with the combination is that it doesn't work, because if I'm doing the bring biter eggs out, and then craft out there and come back empty, or come back with finished promethium science, then I want one batch of completely fresh eggs right before I leave. Yes, but if I want this the way I'm doing it now, where I pick up promethium, I don't want one batch of biter eggs. I want like a steady stream as we see now. There's always some biter eggs on the way in, there's always some in storage, and there's always sort of more being processed. So it just keeps coming in, so I can process it continuously. See, now there's a lot more coming in, and then it just keeps chugging along. So there's a different method. On one way, I want a slow trickle of constantly supporting, and the other one, I want a single batch of 50,000 and then go out. And if I want to combine it, how the hell would I combine it to get a slow trickle while I'm back, but right before I leave, I want a big batch. I can't control these things with circuits. What about sending the ship out when it still has to process half? I don't know about the ratio. Yeah, okay, not half, but has to process something. That's also an option. Like when this one is like 15,000 left or something. It's just that the quantity we have stored is absolutely ridiculous. After you consumed half the eggs and have a storage of chunks when you collecting, well, not out collecting them. Leave with eggs, make science, collect chunks, get to novice, make science, leave with eggs. Yeah, Anthony, that's the theory, but you can't make it that way. I just explained why it doesn't work like that, because if you want to leave with eggs, you want to leave with one batch of 50,000 fresh eggs so that they last 30 minutes from now, not leave with 50,000 eggs of varying degrees of spoilage, some spoiling in 2 minutes and some spoiling in 30 minutes. That means you have to be able to no launch, one launch of 50,000. That doesn't really work when you come back. It could maybe work, but yeah. And I also don't know what the condition. I don't have a way to get a condition for when to eject eggs. I don't even know. I have no idea how I would know when is the right time to eject eggs. Because I can't track the spoilage time unless I know that all the eggs came in at one specific time and then I left. And the other thing is, when you have something here requesting, if I'm both consuming, then if this one is 12,000, as soon as I get up to 12,000, I consume one, then another 1,000 or another 500 is going to be batched in. Well, or another 100 being batched in. The problem with that is that it'll then get stuck. It will never leave because there's always a rocket inbound. And before that rocket is inbound, it has consumed enough for one more rocket. It's consumed then, and so on. And therefore, it will never leave. And then I'll end up with a mix of many different spoilage levels of biter eggs. I'm not saying it cannot be done, but it's not as simple as, oh, just get egg, leave, build science, because you have to actually build the logic, and there are no handles for doing this logic. You can't control when you launch things. You can't control, can control when you launch things, but it's yeah. How long does it take to start collecting? I don't know. Guess we'll find out in 300,000. Can you dedicate launchers on a plan for the leaving part? No, you cannot. No, doesn't work like that. That's the thing, right? If you could do it with circuit logic, then you could sort of, oh, if something, when this one, if you could communicate on circuits between the planet, then you could say, when this one reaches 0, send a particular signal down to the planet. That particular signal triggers 100 launchers to launch immediately. Like, that would be amazing. It just doesn't work like that, because you can't communicate with signals. You can only communicate with a single signal with Navis, and that's the signal that says, here, read orbital requests, which I'm putting in here, orbital requests. So now there is an orbital request. Radar signals do not. I'm just saying, there is no way to communicate aside from this particular thing. This is the only signal that can reach between orbit and ground. Is UPS difference that big between having more ships like the one you have right now and optimizing ships? It is monumentally massive. I'm already dead on UPS, and it's these damn ships' fault. It's mainly these ships' fault. So. Yeah, stuck with massive launch at once, I think, yeah. Or not at once, but in batches of 50,000, for example. But how would that actually work? I'm saying the word 50,000, but I don't know if that's the right thing. Probably fine. We're definitely gonna lose a ship from this. And okay, I'm gonna make a contingency here. Off. One, two, three, four. Can I get this here? That one's killing me. What is this wire used for? I don't know. Use a token to trigger the second launch and start the timer. Have a set of launchers hold a full launch so they all... You can use a token to trigger the second launch and start the timer. Have a set of launchers hold steel chests. A full launch so they all have the same decay rate. Maybe you need 2 tokens for the launch and a second for the start of production for the mass launch. I have done what I can, and it works really well, but this is the absolute maximum extent that you can do it. And no, steel chests don't work because then they expire. You have to keep them in here. And then what I'm doing is only when there is a demand here from orbit, then you will allow the inserters here to go. So once this, oh, for fuck's sake, why is it 3? This just got so messed up. Yeah, you can't, the stuff that's being requested from orbit, you cannot control it. So the best signal you can send is a signal here. If I send like a random signal here, like that one, then that would be detectable down here. And I could detect and react to it, but that would only tell us, do we have a spaceship? Is the spaceship waiting in orbit? Yes or no? I can't set this request by circuit conditions, so I can't sort of make this request sort of appear when something happens. If you consider this for a dummy item, like a legendary wood on a platform, when a condition is met. I cannot set it. I cannot set request with circuit networks. That's the thing, right? It's just not how it works. And this is... So, okay, so it's a little bit frustrating for me, because I spent a god-awful amount of time iterating through all of these options, of sort of going through and explaining all the ways that it doesn't work. So I would appreciate if suggestions are sort of within the realm of what you know works and you have tested. Because otherwise it just becomes me shooting down your ideas again and again because it's something I have thought about and it's something I have tried. And then we're not really getting anywhere because I just have to disprove every idea. Like, oh, I can't do that because I can't. And that's not how the game works. So if there's something that you know works, then let me know. But we can't invent features. Couldn't you combine the ships into one? It wouldn't make... I don't know what I would get out of that. I get a hell of a lot of problems with the throughput here already. So I have to decide on some kind of throughput. This throughput gives me 2 full lanes on either side. And if it was bigger than this, then I'd have to sort of deal with more than that. And I don't know how to do that, so... Yeah, sorry to be a little bit of a spoil sport on this. No, I don't think this is enough. I think this also has the issue of what about something that's stacked? Like, shouldn't these also not be stack inserters, but actually normal inserters? They're slower, but if I do stack inserters, there's a chance that the stack inserters get stuck here. An iron plate on a ship and have a circuit on the ship that consumes that iron plate and craft something with it before you are going out. By consuming the iron plate, you can then recognize on the planet that you start launching a lot. Wow, that's a clever idea. See, that is something that actually can be done. It's not simple, but it is definitely a way to manipulate these requests by sort of setting a request, and then when something happens, because then I can detect. It's a great idea. I can detect the amount of promethium chunks, and based on when the promethium chunks is less than something, then I can construct a thing, and that thing is then gonna disable or sort of remove that requester. Wow. I like it. I like that. That's a very creative idea. This is gonna be so bad. Yeah, ignore unlisted targets. Otherwise, they start shooting rockets in here. No thanks. That's blue biters, right? I hope. It's kind of what I meant. Like the logic you need on a self-building factory with the cursor movements. Didn't explain it well enough. Yeah. Okay. Let's try. This is an emergency thingy. Then we do that, and then they start ejecting here. and cut it off. Oops. Did this one not eject? No, it didn't eject. Why not? Oh, they're not connected. There you go. Off with the croissants. Off into space. Yeah. Yeah, so that's a little bit of a safety measure here. Are we the baddies? Yes. Okay, so that's option. So what I can do now is I can allow this to get a lot more. So now we have an option. So you can't unload an item on a belt and trigger a dummy request. I would have to put it into this box for this to actually make sense. So for example, it would be something like this, and then there would be like an input and an output, and then there would be something. How would it be like? It's funny how I don't have any of these. It could be like an iron gear, and then I have iron in here, and then if I was saying, let's say I was requesting a 1 iron plate, right? Then now on the ground I could monitor that there's an iron plate. But here I could then have some kind of condition. When something is something, right? I don't know, when promethium is equal to 0, for example, then you send a gold star out. That gold star, and then this one goes from here. So this one says nope, and then you send a gold star. The gold star is the enabler. I don't know why I chose the gold star, but when that's greater than 0, it enables. And oh, the problem is that it has to be something I don't have on novice, right? Because legendary epic iron plates, whatever, right? You can use Gleba stuff. No, but because it does, it has to be something that I can actually consume or produce somehow. Because I have to be able to change it from being there to not being there. Oh, or do I? Actually, no, I don't. That's actually a good point. It could also be something that is, yeah, okay. Then it isn't. This one filtered to, I don't know what. So let's say something like an overgrowth soil or something. That's something we don't have, right? And then I'd request an overgrowth soil, right? Which we don't have. So now you're identifying that there is a request, and if I actually had one in orbit, if I had one here, then I could do I could basically just say enable when, or you know what, don't actually need this one. You can actually make it simpler. When So when Promethium is equal to 0, you will eject the one you have. So basically we need one of these items in here. So that because it's in here, it is not counted. Let's see. There must be some kind of item I can use here that I only have one of. Must be an item I only have one of. That one. A legendary rocket launcher. Or a... Yes. Let's do a legendary rocket launcher. That's a great item to use as our template. Because I need to test it now. So legendary rocket launcher. Yeah. And this one will also be then legendary rocket launcher. Just one. And then I'm just going to request one of those. So now it'll actually get in here. You could put something on a belt and then not install it. Yeah, this is what I'm trying to set up now. And then it goes back when you are not on Novice. So as soon as we leave Novice, then you put it back into the storage box so that it can recycle next time. Here it comes. On the way. Why does it say available on planet? Why do I have 8 of those now? I thought I only had 1. It's got to be something else I only have 1 of. Okay, so we do the whole thing again with a portable fission reactor. Epic portable fission reactor. Shut up. Hello. And then this one will be Epic Portable Fission Reactor. There. No, it can't be a random barrel. It has to be something I only have 1 of. So that I can request it and then it doesn't get any more here. Okay, they're both stuck in the Quiddo. Whoa, where is it? Oh, it's out there. Oh. It must be coming in on the green wire then. Yes, okay, so not red wire.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
So now what I'm seeing now is Sunderman, thank you. Okay, so now I am not getting any notification here. But when I have, in this case, 0, but let's, for the sake of argument, go like 100,000. When it's less than 100,000, then it triggers, it ejects this one out. Why does it not eject it? Oh, not equal to, less than. Less than or equal to, there we go, it ejects. Now on Novice, I now get a new icon. That icon can be the initiator for launching 50,000. Own Galaxy, thank you for the 14 months. Sweet. That's so risky. And then as we leave Novice, this one enables again. Wrote that twice and didn't read it, sorry. I don't even know. Oh, there we go. Could you load one item in your ship when the Promethean reaches a certain amount? Unload on the belt? Yes. I mean, I did read it, but there was also someone else who said the same thing, and then I was like, yeah, that's what we're testing now. The creator I saw with this technique was agnostic on YouTube and uses an epic oil barrel that he empties and fills to control the state. Okay. Epic oil barrel. Yeah, so I guess the advantage of that is that it's not like an item that lingers, but it is a persistent item. I think it works the same way. The interesting thing here is that we could use it for multiple things, right? Because I could also say that, actually I want just, it goes back here. I could also stop the other launchers when I get the signal in. That would actually not be bad. So basically I have like the perpetual launchers, and then I have the big batch launchers. The big batch launchers, they only launch once that signal is present, but the other ones stop launching when that signal is present. Yeah. Okay. So I think I'm done with your Bliss Planet. So we're only at 150,000. Not much. Pretty mediocre. So how would I do this design? Oh man, I so need to clean this design up. Like, the idea is good, but there are so many silly connections that are redundant, and I spent so much time just trying to figure out. So these two have the condition that they only trigger when there's an amount requested from orbit over 20,000. These four trigger when there's over zero, and these ones trigger when there's over 10,000. So basically, I don't want to trigger all of them at once, because as soon as they satisfy the demand, they start deleting the ByteX immediately, which is not great. So I'd only want to sort of enable it when there's more than one build up here. 37. Have we... Where are we? Oh, there we are. Okay. Novice, drop to novice. $40,000. Oh, look at that. Actually just hovering here. Do the ships then need a different symbol? They might. I don't know. What about you? Oh, that's a beautiful sight to land to. Let's also see how many biolabs we have. Ooh, 107. Woohoo! We need 128 for the next expansion. Okay, so let me try to do this design here. I feel confident that we can have 4 of these in a city block. So, I mean, I feel confident about it, but now that I look at it, it doesn't really seem like that's the case. No, that's the disaster. Fuck. Curious, is Shapes done on Twitch and YouTube? Yes, it is. There's no way this can be smaller. Well, okay, I'm gonna redesign it without these. And use these instead, because they're the same size. So this is too big. How do we make this smaller? Okay, so the reason why Shapes is done is because there isn't anything new. I kind of solved it. Yeah, the extra third level doesn't really do much. I don't know. It's just there's just nothing we can do more there. Is the Make Everything machine done? It's exactly the same as the previous iteration. So if you want to watch it, you just do the look at the one in on YouTube already. Because the problem was that there was not enough new to actually warrant a full playthrough. And I started a new playthrough and I was like, it's exactly the same. So as views were diminishing, it just didn't make sense to continue. I'm curious on how it works. I have a series of 6 episodes on YouTube that explains exactly how it works and how to build it from the beginning to the end. And yeah, so there's that. So this is still working, but it's this one that doesn't work. Yeah, see, this is too wide. Had to be like this, which obviously is illegal. Is there any way for me to get 5 of these into each one of this? The biggest complaint we get about Shapes 2 right now is the persistency of factories. Many of you noted that having to tear down a factory you just built because the shape is no longer needed could feel bad. With the new game mode, we are focusing on enabling you to build permanent factories where the factory you built in the beginning are still useful in later stages of the game. So you decide if you want to. Yeah. I kind of understand. I understand that argument, and I kind of feel the same way. On the other hand, I also feel the relief of just I can build some crap thing because it's only gonna last 2,000 units, and then I can throw it away. Then it doesn't. Then I don't have to look at the spaghetti the rest of the game. So that's also a relief for me. I can't see a way that I can get 5 of these into one. So this is fine, and this is also fine. But then, what? So, yes, yes, and yes. Yes, yes, and and then these two go over here, and that also works. No. Either there or there, but not both. And then the problem is this overreaches, and the other one can't be there. This would be fine, but then it overreaches a lot. And if you were going further out, then then that doesn't fit. It can't be done. Yeah, 6 silos per city block. Guess that's what I have to do. Which is awful, obviously. Get that you want 5 per silo, but why not 4? Very, very simple, because then it breaks the entire build. This one can store 100, and it will just, when there's no one requesting it, it will store 100. And this one can launch 500. So if I have 5, then launch. That's why. If I only had 4, it's and then wait 2 minutes and then launch. That's why. So it must be 5. The whole thing completely breaks if it's not 5. And then we need this part here. It's just not very symmetrical, right? Because then I can do this, but then I'm missing something on the other side. Could of course do this part. It's so ugly. Yeah, that might look like it's on purpose. Nope. Just kind of trying to make it look okay. Ten spawners on a single silo inserters twice as fast. I don't know what would be the point of that. Then I have twice as many spawners. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get what the point would be of that, because then it just empties them half and then it waits. So I'd rather have it like it's fully loaded, and once it's fully loaded, everything can launch one rocket, and then I have everything I need. This means that this is 3,000 that can launch, 3,000 biters that launch at once. Eggs don't spoil in the spawn or rocket launch twice as fast. It doesn't launch twice as fast. It absolutely does not launch twice as fast. How long does it take for one inserter to take 100 eggs in here? 2 seconds maybe? And if I had twice as many spawners, it takes maybe 1 second. So you save 1 second of the... That's what you save. The animation is exactly the same. And you have 10 spawners that are working at 50% efficiency. I have 5 spawners that work at 100% efficiency. I cannot see a single reason why they would be better. And I don't want to be launching one rocket and then launching the next rocket. I want to launch one rocket and then I'm done. So, yeah, that's a no. Big no. And why are they just not matching suddenly? Yeah. Good. I think that works. Might look nicer as a build though. So you'd think it looks nicer if I had half as many rocket silos per city block. I don't get it. No. Big no. Don't understand it. So be back in 2 minutes. Okay, build base doesn't work because they spoil when they are on a belt. So I can't put it on a belt. So no belt base. It has to be direct insertion from a spawner into there, and it only enables when we get the signal. So you could do it with 4 spawners per silo if you kept 100 in a chest and inserters when enabled. Of course, that means some permanent biter deletion. No, I could not do it with 100 because then if I do it with 100 in a box, then I could do it with 500 in a box, and that defeats the whole purpose of this. Like, come on. It's literally the entire point of this is to keep things in spawners. Otherwise, they spoil. They do not spoil when they're in the spawner. If they're in a box, if they're on a belt, if they're in a rocket silo, they spoil. I want them unspoiled, so if I have 20% being spoiled, it sucks. So I'm not gonna do that. It has to be this way. It cannot be any other way. How do we want to do the build here? We're gonna have one of them being the master. And I don't know when this one's gonna eject. Let's just look at the one here. These ones, when are they injecting? No, yeah, this one is actually still has to be there. Ugh. There's no spot. Oh my god, there's no spot for this. Oh. Well, I mean, there is, but... guess this is how we have to do it. And you have to go like this. Yeah. Oh, right. That still works. There is a spot. Ah, how you going to get the bioflux? Oh, fuck. And also by the... Ah, it's both. Ah, yeah. Like, they can reach across these two. How did I do it here? I did it on the outside. Okay. Yeah. I feel it's one of those things that, yeah, sure, it's annoying, but it will be solvable. Okay, I'm less thinking that it can be solved. Shit. What the hell? It's a cat screeching, but there's only one cat in here. So, hold on a sec. Weird. That did not make any sense. I'm just tinkering with this now, so. So that actually, that works. Right? Instead of having 4 modules that fit in a block, it is 1 or 2 modules in a city block. I don't know if that allows you to use some deletion point between the combined modules. I don't know if that allows you to use some of the deletion points between the combined modules. Deletion points. Right, this one? Yes, definitely. Definitely I can do that. If it's just two modules, like this being a module, but then just two modules, it would be a lot easier, and but it just kind of sucks, right? Yeah, these can't be, that's not good. Yeah, Flux could get, that's exactly right. It could stand here and spoil, and that means it has to be picked up. We also have to be, every single one also has here that it has to be able to take spoilage out. That's why this belt is such a good idea, to just have a circulation belt. And it's safer to do it this way. Okay, so if I make two modules here, I'm still gonna have to do some kind of silliness, because they can't be like this next to each other, and they can't be like this next to each other. Not even like this. They have to be this distance apart, and that's still too much. Here and then here. See. So I would still have to do some kind of entanglement like this. Really? Still not connected. Kind of just gets worse. I have no idea how this would fit on the belt. Like, it's not gonna fit on the belt, because as soon as we make these kind of merges, then it stops with the measuring the entire belt. Okay. Restart. Yeah. I guess I was carrying nukes. Don't carry nukes around. Getting run over by a train, maybe. Why did you have a nuke available? I don't know. It didn't seem like the best move, but apparently I did. God, this is the normal default run rate. Go to previous save. I don't do that unless there's a bug. So I never carry nukes. Exactly. That is also why I never carry nukes. Except in this particular exception, because I was doing the testing of nukes to lava, and somehow they're here. Let's get that pistol of shame out of here. Good. Well, why is... Oh, really? Okay. You could fit 20% of the original design in a 2x2 city block, where the paths are removed in the middle. Okay, yeah. I don't really feel I need that. I think I want to do this. Okay, so that's a thing. And then we'll have somewhere that adds non-stacked. Yeah, 20, that's not much, but it doesn't need much. And then it'll be monitoring the belt. And then I'll have one of these here. And you go into that one. There we go. What about the spawns on the side? Oh, that one. Oh, crap. Well... Missing an underground left. Okay. Far left. Yeah, here. Yeah, thank you. That sucks. Oh, that's enough. think it works. It's not pretty. Did you decide against 1.5 your previous launcher build, as that would not be symmetric? Well, this is 1.5 of my previous launcher build. Because this can't be, you can't take, like that's not it. This is not the same. If I did that, I'd also have to remove this. And then, like, is that pretty? No. So. There you go. I'm making a launch module for biters that will only launch at a certain specific condition. And we're going to find out what that condition is. Let's see. I wonder if that should be like done for each of these, or it should be done for some bigger aggregate. This one. The conditions here. I don't know why I'm using legendary big bite as a signal, but that's not a good signal. So this one will be that silly signal, right? So when that is true, and I have less than 200,000 Promethium in orbit here, right? Because if I don't want to launch more biters and send it out on another trip if I'm overflowing with the science, I guess. But I don't know if 200,000. Why not put spoils directly into the left burner? Flux doesn't burn. Fuck. Magmaril was destroyed. That's something we load for. Because it didn't have the warnings. Why? Oh, fuck me. Eject! These should be taking the spoil first, so this should be these ones up here. Go faster! How far do we have left? 2 minutes. Okay, that's not a problem. Oh, right, because this one. What? Where's this? Oh, it's coming in from... What? I don't get this. Oh, it's... Oh, right. Oh, that sucks. I know the problem now. So even though I'm getting it in, it hasn't gone all the way through this, so I'd need a bypass in order for this to work. Yeah, okay. So this is not working because there's no bypass. These are actually the most concerning ones, these ones. Why no bulk inserter overboard? This is bulk inserters overboard. If you're asking about why no stack inserters, because then they're gonna get stuck with something in here. Yeah, X and Cry will hatch. Yeah, they did. But that was not a big concern. Okay, so the problem was that there is no bypass on this one. Just get you back. 200,000 left, and Balnagar is 220,000 left. Should be repairing. Yes, it is repairing. Good. So yeah, now this one is ready to go, and that will be ejected once this one is at 0. Okay. Okay, so I didn't do this part here. Whoa, that's a big step backwards. It was just 5 minutes. Huh. What? That's a huge step backwards. That I dislike. Spurred from those inner spawners also directly. Inner spawners directly. I don't know how I get this directly into that one. Then I'd have to get an extra space, and I don't have extra space for this, so I can't move it further apart. Then I'd have to use this one, which doesn't reach. So I don't know how I would get from here into that one. Just don't see it. Can put it into that one maybe, but then I'd have to find another space for you, which is not that big of a deal. I can do that. Then I can do this one in here. Yeah, that might be better. So let's do the circuit condition here. You're getting reading from this one, read from orbital requests. Nothing. What? No orbital requests? That makes no sense. Oh, right. Because it's not there yet. Well, is it? Yeah, okay, there we go. Now we're getting an orbital. Do I want it on a green one? Yes. How would you feel about an in-game recipe to turn bright green rocks coal and cold? Don't care. Why are we talking about like hypothetical whatever recipes that don't exist and never gonna exist? There's a mod for it, and I'm not interested in that mod. Sorry, just don't care. I'm playing the game as it is, and then we can sort of hypothesize about something, but it's like the scope of changes to Factorio at this point are very, very small. So it's nerfing things that they deem broken, but that's about it. So I have no interest in theory crafting about what if scenarios that are never ever gonna happen. So sorry, just don't really not really interested. There, these two, for example. Yeah, that's actually makes sense. And yeah. Good. Yes. So it floats around, that's good. Spoilers inserters for the middle ones are still missing. Spoilers inserters for the middle ones. Yeah, going out here. Is that the one you're missing? Okay. Not really important, but whatever. This one gets the requests. Now we have new icons here. Let's get a little star. And this one is saying, oh, look, there's new requests. New weird requests. This one, this one, this one. Greater than 0. So if that's greater than 0, we send a launch signal. We also should send a launch, and another condition is that the Prometheum science on planet is less than 200,000. It is. But is it though? Because we don't really know if it is. Because that's coming in here. Blah. Do we have 0 Prometheum? I guess we do. Because, yeah, it's Prometheum constrained. And also now, interestingly enough, legendary holmium constraint. That's a much weirder constraint thing. Alright, this whole thing down here is getting replaced with this one once this is done. So now the next part is, this is going to send a gold star, and the gold star is yes, launch, right? But I also made some changes here. The exit one is, now there are 2 conditions for it to exit. If nothing is being requested, or I have too much science. Because if I have too much science, I don't want them to be in here. I want it to empty because that's where we want to be, I guess. So the trash icon is a different logic. Okay, that's important. And that is, this one is greater than or equal, or the request from orbit is 0. Seriously, we have 0 request right now? This doesn't make sense. Oh, right, of course it doesn't make sense because, well, it was not hooked up. There. 6.6. Okay. So none of these conditions are true. Yeah, a big X, that's why. And so the trash is gonna go, we use the red wire for controls and green wire for information. You're gonna say when trash is equal to 1. Yep, then you're gonna be ejecting whatever is in here out, which will then burn it. Cool. The other side here will go on a red up here into every single one of the ones inserting from these there. Then it goes over to next. These two. That one, that one, that one. Goes here. And they all need to have a condition that says gold star equal 1. Then I want to have 2 indicators here. There's going to be a green indicator. Put to 1. And that's going to just be a green, because that means ready to launch. There. Oh, fuck me. What now? Oh, I'm gonna lose another ship. Where are you? Fulgora? Stopped at Fulgora. Okay. What is going on? Shit. Ugh, and it's out here. Oh, that sucks. Shouldn't request be on the same wire? Yeah, it probably should be on a different wire. Let's get this one in, please. And then... Oh, you're already fine. Why are they not producing then? Why is this one not producing? You have fluid? No, these 2 do not have fluid, but these 2 have fluid. Ah, it's so weird with this fluid thing. Oh, you have fluid, you have something. Use the damn thing. Why is this not working? I mean, yes? Or does it needs power to activate? Ah, fuck. It can't get power, right? Okay, it just needs a little bit of power, and then as soon as it powers out, then it's working. Let's not go... Okay, let's go to Novice, I guess. Let's just make sure that all requests are satisfied on Novice. Okay. And this one. So this was because it was disabled, and then it ran out of fuel. That's interesting to check the other ones as well. You are not disabled. Good. Swimmer was the one that was disabled. Molan, are not disabled. Davis, oops. Not disabled. Not disabled. Not disabled. Wow. Panic. Swimmer. Well, we saved Swimmer. That's good. Whew. Okay, so should them be on the same wire? The green one comes in here, so that's fine. Don't think it matters. It's just a logistic network, and this one is also coming in, so... I mean, I guess... this would make it a little bit easier to see, because then I can see what comes from orbit and what comes from somewhere else. That's a little bit easier to see. Yeah. Can you design a ship that can handle both being your first ship and being upgraded to endgame levels for planets that don't need rocket turrets? Should I go for a narrow but long design or commit to a content ship? I don't know. I mean, I don't think you can do that. I switched to my endgame ships, these ones, and they're using endgame tech and endgame research and stuff. So I don't think it makes sense to have one that can upgrade all the way through. Like, obviously, this ship works just fine all the way through. I don't know. I too many moving parts to my liking. Okay, so this monstrosity is kind of getting there. Do we think that it works? I don't know. Oh yeah, we were working on the lights. This one's supposed to be green when it it wants something, and the other one is supposed to be red. When is this enabled? That's enabled when the trash icon is true. Maybe just yellow icon here. There. What? You somehow got epic nuclear backpack in logistic storage? Or more likely biter eggs. What? Oh, right. Biter eggs in storage. Yeah. So that means it should be filtered first. Like all that should be filtered. Yeah, you're right. Which is another one that I don't have room for. Damn, it's messing up everything. But you're right, that's a really good point. That I could get a contaminated signal. That green line. Where's that green line going? To here? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so this is only filtering Prometheum science multiplied by 1. Output as Prometheum science. There. So this one is getting only the pure signals in. Ah, different wires and apply the different conditions. That's easier. Then I could also keep the old design. Thank you. This one is only, and this one's only looking at the green signal, right? Yes. And this one, yeah, that should be on the red signal. It monitors that. And then that's, why can I not unselect this? Red wire not connected. That's pretty fair reason. God, what is all this junk belt pipe thing? What is this? I have no idea what's going on. That one, this one, this one. Yeah, this connects up to... No? That connects here. Yeah, of course it does. Okay. Hello, this is not fast. Good evening. No request from orbit. Is that true? No. The request from orbit... So that's on the red wire. It checks red wire. If there's no request from orbit, then it checks this against the green wire. Because that's the logistics content up here. The red one is what I get from orbit, and the green one is what I get here. Okay. And then it turns into an awful spaghetti again. This one goes up and around and over to the other ones, I suppose. Into this and into these two. Okay. I think this might be it. Now we just need to replace these with the actual stuff. That's always what I'm forgetting. How are you going to scale this system to multiple Prometheum ships? All of those will need an epic fission reactor, or I can just use different tokens and I can build these launchers. I would say that I would build 15 of these launchers because this launcher is 1,500. So 15 of those. Yeah, 3,000 times 15. That's 45,000. So if I can just have the 15 of these, that gets us 15 of these blocks. Fuck, that's crazy. That's so crazy. So absurd, these numbers, but whatever. And that's not even a lot. And I don't really want this to be this close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like this space. Oops. That space would be where I want to build it. I do need lasers in that design. Yes, I do. Thank you. I need something in that design. I'd love to actually have the Tesla turrets, but that's not an option. So we're gonna have to make do with laser turrets. Really feel that they should be. Yeah, they're equal distance, but the fact that this one goes a little bit further down is means that there's less space in here.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Kind of feel that we could make. Let's go one up. And this is not fast. Thank you for the 50 months. Ooh. Thank you. 5 metric years. Hold on. That's probably not how I want it. Probably want it like this. No. Like this. No. Like this, and you are...
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
There you go. Like this one. This looks better. Symmetric. Yep. And Lodeda Hun, thank you for the 8 months. That's also a lot of space over here. These bother me that I haven't cleaned this up. One. And another one down here. almost the same shape. Look at that. It's now turns it into parallelogram instead. Funny. This one. Yes. So now I want to take this and plant it. Yeah, it doesn't matter where it is because it just needs a little bit of, yeah, a little bit of nothing inbound. So let's just make it all the way out here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. That one, and then I'm taking all of these out. Good placeholders. And that one. They're a funny addition, these spider things. Productivity module and silo. Very good point. There we go. They're already at 220. So. Why regular, not legendary biter spawners? Because the crafting speed doesn't really matter. The base health is irrelevant. And they're a pain in the ass to make. All this as legendary? No thanks. And for what? For crafting speed? I don't need the crafting speed. It's not about how fast they're crafting. This is about them being on standby and then triggering once every half hour. Oh, where's the oh it's here. There we go. Oh, now they're going opposite directions. Crazy. Yeah, it takes a while for them to be saturated because it gets 20 in and then it takes a while. It gets 20 in and then it takes a while. Then it gets 20 in and then only... I don't know if that's actually going to be too little for the startup, but let's see. So currently there are only a few of them that are correct because this one goes so slow and then goes in. It doesn't even go further. Yeah, 3. There we go. It comes in. And this one will now be happy. Yay! It's eating. Little concerned about it. Okay, so 4, not even 5. Let me just set this up to 50. It's going to be far away, so I don't want it to be risking anything. And it's just a little bit of bioflux. Okay, and this one. Oh, disgusting. Okay. It's a nice straight line there. Happy electrical grid. And they are now all fueled. Perfect. This one is going to be a new biter farm. don't like the fact... Oh no. Okay, here's another problem. If I want to change these conditions, I have to change it 2 times in the same city block. That's no good. Also, this trash thing should be on... That goes directly in there, but it shouldn't. It should go up. Nope. It should go in here. So this line carries both the trash icon and the icon for these. Yeah? And then I'm gonna take you out and take you out, take you out, take you out, because I only want one place to fix this for each city block. Yeah? And then I need to get this one. Yeah? When you get the trash icon, yes, and when you get the trash icon. Good. Fuck. I like that we go from here and then that goes into the nearby ones. From here, this one will carry the signal, which goes in here and goes into that one, into that one, but these two are no longer connected. And from you to the trash. Okay, so you're going into the trasher, you're going into over here, which goes down. And then remove that. Oops, the diagonal. No! There you go. But what's the... Oh, that's from up here. Okay. That goes in. That goes in. That goes in. There. I think it works. Really complicated. But now that is our spawner. Goes into the Megabase. Spider, spawner, block, 3K. Yep, snap to grid. 50, 50, 10, 10, 25, 25. Good. Such an mess near the combinator. Maybe there is a place somewhere on the edge of the block. Yeah. Maybe up here. I think you're right. In and in. And where's this going? Is this going all the way into that one? That seems crazy how far this can reach. Here they go. Comes to my break. No, it's not a break. It's a good night. And it is actually reaching all the way from in there. Cool. Okay, and then I need to make sure that you also reach over to that one. And then the outbound wise, there's some lights, but they also need to go back on that powerful. And from that powerful, they can go anywhere. Ugh. Yeah, it sucks, this part. But yeah. Yeah, extended break, indeed. Well, I'm going to be back tomorrow night. Why do you so rarely use max beacon setup? You need to understand they are most UPS friendly, which can matter at a megabase. Because I don't like it. That's the old way of doing it. I do it when I have to max out, but not everywhere, because it doesn't make sense. So this is a good module, and we're just going to update this module. There we go. No tiles. 20? Nope. 19. Like that. Yeah, that's it. Whew. Okay, so we got science done on Gleba, which is amazing. Yep. Chugging along, just turning into to junk most of the time actually, because we're not consuming it fast enough, because we're having issues with our Prometheum science, which is the next big thing we have to deal with, as well as that one. So I'll be back tomorrow, and then we'll continue on the journey. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you guys hopefully tomorrow. Good night, take care, and stay effective.